Hello. It is time. All right. What am I doing? What am I doing? I think I should probably... Do I need to raise this? No, that's fine. Okay. Where am I right now? Any errors? There's an error. Have I... Nothing. Okay. Okay, so apparently I just have an error or something right now. Or something. 97. Get property resource was null. Okay. Get property resources called here. And update title bar. If we're not ready, return. Yeah, we shouldn't be added to the scene until we have... So is this called... This is called nowhere else. How did that get called? One sec. How is this being called? Line of 117. Resource was null. From update title bar. If not notice ready, return. This is what I don't get. On load is this button. Clicking the button. How is that happening? How is that happening? This is added to the scene before it's given its data. It needs to be given its data. Okay, right. Yeah, it is that. Okay. How can I fix this? Um, this has to be called before I can add it to the scene. Well, that's also weird because... Wait. This calls set resource and property. Which calls update title bar, which doesn't do anything. So what? How does that work? It worked that time. Is this another case where it's being added to the scene? It is. It absolutely is. It's being added to the scene without existing. Gosh. I hate this thing. So stupid. Actually, I really care about it being... What is it? Resource editor. Paper base editor. Okay. This is dumb. This is definitely happening, and that problem's gonna go away. Yeah. So leaving this open, I'm going to reload the project, and that error is not gonna print. That is so stupid. Why does it do that? Hey, look, it's gone. Borderline, that's like a compile thing. That absolutely is a thing I need to compile to fix. That it keeps like loading in some... The thing is, it like kind of recreates the... I saw it once, it actually did recreate the tree, but only sort of. It adds every node to the sub-viewport and then sorts them and then deletes them all. I don't get it. Why does it do that? It is really stupid. It's not even like it does that so it can provide like, hey, here's your saved state. Because it just loads them, deletes them, and then creates a new one, and then it passes the save state to that one. It's stupid. Whatever it does, it's stupid. Well, I know exactly what it does. It just creates a sub-viewport and loads up all the previously opened nodes and just throws them in there. For some reason. Actually, for no reason. Because they're deleted. So they don't need to be put there. Oh, what a start. What a start. I need to turn on my task, and I forgot. Task. We're now at 2. Oh, okay. Okay. Creates good. Alright, so I think I kinda have. I mean I should submit that as a change right away. Right? Hey, Yulia. Yellow what? Yeah, huh? Trying to type in a thing here. Yellow, dark, blue. How's life? What? Did you just cast a spell? You're overthinking that more than I did. Interesting. Okay. Load. I think the load works. I change. It's like, hey, load anyway. I don't know what that's going to do. Apparently it was something. And then it should save. This is supposed to save. I believe it did save. So if I go and I look at the current value of it, it points to old. It did not save. How was your sleep? I think it was good, but we will find out in about 5 hours. 5 or 6 hours. As usual. Okay, so it should save as soon as I do that. Actually, should it? Because it technically didn't save. Right? So what if I close and then reopen? What does it look like? It's back to old vision. Okay. That didn't mark it as changed. Okay. So I have an issue with this change not being a change. Somehow. Unload. It runs this one. Unload property. Update item. I think what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to say update item is how it's getting the new editor on there. Oh, maybe update item just needs a bit more stuff in it. Is it currently marked as changed? Flowers, no grab in front of screen. Can tire anyone, especially if when your GPU brain is at 99% the whole time. Okay. But my 8-hour workday. I'm supposed to work for 8 hours continuous with no breaks, except for lunch. How am I going to keep up with the rest of the world? Okay, you're the CEO. Hire some loser for that. Yeah. Update. Check saved. Check saved. Editor changed. Check save. Editor changed. Check save. Okay, so I have to tell this it's changed. Yes, on change. I have to call on change. I probably want to update item first. And then call on change. Does the order matter there? The order should not matter. So I think I want to call editor on change first. But I'll mark it changed on the list. And then so I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to click this on change. Now if I hit okay, so close still doesn't ask me if I want to save it first, which is a little funny. But if I do this and then I do load again, now it tells me it has unsaved changes. Awesome. Okay, let me also make that close thing not instant. That should really ask. I think it's just calling close item directly, right? Pop-up ID pressed. To do, check if not saved, then ask to save. Yeah, should do that. Train and host an LLM based on your VODs and also projects and documentation, your school lessons you learned. You got an ethical slay though loop for more than two. I mean, I could just clone myself and in like 14, 15 years, I got a, you know, I get an indentured servant, right? And they're just myself. And they'll be just as smart as me. And have all the same goals as me. I mean, how could they not? Check if not saved, ask to save. So the item, I get the item. I guess I do if not item editor is saved. If we're not saved, I need a pop-up. That idiot will have feelings and think he's something important. Yeah. I mean, it's gonna happen someday, right? Some kid's gonna be living his life and then realize he's like one of 20 clones of somebody. And he's been like... He's been being... what's the word? Trained, I guess? To have like the same... There's a book about that, wasn't there? Was there a book or was that a movie? Suddenly I remember like a story. And that's literally exactly how the story goes. He's growing up, he like his life is just like seeing other clones of himself, and he just has no clue why, and has never questioned it. And then he realizes he's like being trained to carry on his, like, I guess, clone parents' legacy. Daydreaming using clones of myself as save states for my game. Yeah. Good old days. Is that a real story? Is there a story, like a book or a movie about that? Because that should be. It needs to be. Okay. A pop-up. A confirmation dialogue? Just to cancel and close? Wait, cancel or close? What words am I looking for here? There's good words for this. Oh, I think I want 3 options. I want cancel, save and close. Probably close anyway, right? Very similar to this one. I say very similar. I'm probably just going to copy this one. So I could just do this. If editor item is saved, close item, return. Very easy. Now we know that it's not saved. OK is save and close. This would be the default. Yes, the default. I can't remember how this works, so I'm just gonna like set up the buttons first. I'm gonna add that 3rd button right away and just see where it goes. And then I have to do is just confirm pop-up. They literally have like 20 different ways to open these pop-ups, and dialogue pop-up centered. Yeah. Why does it keep scrolling down? Alright, what happens? Change. Close. Resource has unsaved changes. Close anyway is way over here. Alright. There's a game called Soma? Well, I know about Soma. Is that spoilers for this like 5-year-old game? I played it really close to the end, I think. Did I beat it? I think I got really close to the end, but I'd never beat it. I think I just kind of got bored. Yeah, the idea, or like the concept of it, which is really crazy. He like gets a brain scan, and then like, I don't even know how many years later, this robot is like implanted with that brain scan. Works the store more than a game? Yeah. I don't know, maybe close anyway being on that side is better. I don't know. I feel like I want cancel, save and close, or sorry, cancel, wait. No, this is actually right. No, because it's like safe options over here, really bad option over here. But I feel like if I open this, I'm gonna see this. I'm like, oh, cancel, because like instinctively, that's the cancel option, right? But then I think, what if I click save and close? But I'm like, I have like I'm not very good at moving my mouse, and I click the button in the middle instead. You know, like I click here by accident. I had to use immortality to progress throughout the game, just to finish the story. The gameplay was boring. I played it like when it came out, so I can't remember it very well. But I do know that I didn't finish it. And if I don't finish a game, then it must just mean that I found it really boring. A new zombie game. Cool. Where does the button go? I think close anyway should be here. Right. Cancel, close anyway, save and close. But if I turn on right, it's going to put it way over here. Which means I have to do stupid things. Oh, okay. I don't know why it... One resource saved? Huh? I didn't click save. Oh, I did click save. Yeah, see, because now this one has to be selected by default, and this has to be save and close. Dude, I don't like this. Can I just get an accept dialogue? Just give me an accept dialogue so I can order my buttons the way that in a way that makes sense. Like, literally this is all it does, right? And I don't care what the cancel button does. And a cancel action. I'm assuming cancel will do that for me. And then I'm not sure which way I go about this. Yeah, so I wanna add in that order. Why does it keep saving the resources? Stop doing that. I mean, I feel like it should, but okay, there we go. This is the order that I want. Cancel, close anyway, save and close. Cancel automatically closes it. Cool. Save and close also closes it, and then close anyway just doesn't do anything because I don't have the button set up. Okay, there we go. Confirm. Confirm. Confirm.confirmed. connect. It will save the item. This is where I need to... Actually, how do I... Well, what does save resource do? Yeah, I need to save it like this. And then close the item. Oh, if we save it, I want to do a toast. Like that. I'll do that. You probably know about it. It was on early access for a while. And after they made it mainstream again, vain. Any more to realism like Project Zomboid, netcode is bad. When I saw those bizarre physics bugs had to be server-side code. If you don't shower your companions, it will attract zombies. You have to wire electricity yourself. That is pretty ambitious. Custom action. Oh wait, no. Custom action connect. Close item and close this. How do I close this? Is it just queue free? Yeah, it should just be queue free. Alright, cool. Change it. Close. Save and close. And I don't remember what the number was. And I won't be able to tell anyway, because that's saved as like a half cosine. You watch full... What? You can watch a full-length movie on the TV in the game? Which just means they put a whole movie in their game. Which I think is really silly. unless it's like a YouTube streaming video. They just connect to YouTube and play video in the game. YouTube has a lot of free movies. I don't know if it's just because I have if I have premium or not. But I feel like every now and then my the next video recommendations are just like 10 different movies. Hey, you go watch this movie. Alright, load. Resource has unsaved changes. That's not true. Why does it say that? Why would you say that? That's not true. You have premium, so I don't watch ads. Just install Windows 11. Oh yeah, let me install more ads. I didn't put Windows. I reinstalled Windows because I dual boot, but I like never use it. I reinstalled Windows and when I logged in one day and I just turned on my computer and walked away and then came back, it was just, there was like literally 3 different ads on the login screen. It's unbelievable. I am so happy I use Linux because there's no ads. Debloated. Yeah, I need to do that. And like 2 days after I installed, fully reinstalled Windows, it was telling me, hey, you need to do an update. And it wasn't even asking me I mean, they never do it, but it wasn't even asking update now or later. It was like, please schedule a time right now that we're going to shut off your computer and just reboot. I was like, really? I don't even get to say no or later. You're just going to make me schedule the time to do it. But the trick with that one is you just close the window. You just you can close that window, and then that's how you say no. There's no button to say no, later, no, schedule time. It's just schedule time. Restart now or restart in 2 hours. Don't update us so much bug. Yeah, I'm not going to do Windows 11. And literally, Windows progressively gets more and more broken as you update it. I don't know how they do it. Every update, creates new bugs. My computer got to the point where, and I don't ever do anything with it. I never install weird stuff. I never mess with Windows. I don't go and, change files around. I never debloated it. But I'm pretty sure from way back when I got rid of Cortana, because there was a time period where it was hard forced on your computer and you could not take it off. It replaced your search bar. So if you went to go search, you had to talk into the microphone or type to Cortana. I couldn't just open my start menu anymore for a week. They undid that really fast, but I was like, wow, this is awful. I really don't want this. And I'm pretty sure just that little change kept stacking up more and more stuff with future updates. Eventually the start menu stopped working. If I clicked the start menu button on Windows before I reinstalled it, it would lag for 10 seconds and then pop up a window. We need to restart your computer because you broke it. That's literally essentially what it would say. There was a problem and your computer needs to reboot. But I could open Task Manager and just close that window. You can't close that window when it popped up. I could go into Task Manager though and close the window, and then I could continue using my computer without restarting. But every time I would click that start menu button, it would effectively lock my computer until I click Control-Alt-Delete, open Task Manager that way, and then I would close that window. Do you want Windows 11? Don't kill Edge though, it kills everything. Yeah. I'm not doing Windows 11. I will literally just go to Windows 7 if I really have to avoid going to Windows 11. I'll go back and update. It probably would be better to go back and update. But anyway, I'm never going to use Windows except to like play Battlefield, because Battlefield is just stupid. You have to play on Windows. There's no option. Okay. I need to do things. So why does this say it's changed? Because it's not. It doesn't show the tick there. Did it somehow not get rid of the item? Oh, I think I get it. I'm supposed to run editor on save. Also, wait, this is current. Wait, what did I do? Item. Yeah, I'm supposed to run on save there. That was probably my mistake. But I don't get what's going on, because if I... Seems like if I open this and I click close, okay, so that's fine. If I click load old vision, it's not saved. I click close anyway, open, click close, and it still tells me it's unsaved. How does that happen? Gotta check this again, I guess. Close. 8 refs? Alright, I guess I just have to restart the project. 8 refs? Oh! These windows are keeping the reference. This pop-up is keeping a reference. Enough. Enough with this. I literally just can't pass... How? How is it keeping a reference alive? So here's 1. Here's 2. So that should just be 2 more references on top. Close. Freed 3 items. Okay, I'm gonna make it print out exactly which item it's freeing too. I guess I know if it prints that it has 2, then it gets freed, so... I'll do this. Okay. Close. Freed item, freed item, freed item, freed item. Cool. Open this. Load. That. Okay. Freed one item. I freed Old Vision Editor. Great. Old Hearing has 5 refs. Old Hearing has... Test Mind has 5 refs. Zombie Base Vision has 3. Old Hearing has 3 refs. Test Mind has 5. Okay, so that's a problem. Test Mind has a reference somewhere. I'm guessing it's from that close window. How? Do I have to queue free from all of these? No, because I... What? It doesn't delete these when they close. I think it just hides them. Right. Okay, cool. We freed everything. Make your own Python fork. Why? Old Vision. Okay. Freed item Base Vision. Old Hearing, Test Mind. Why does it run through this twice? How does that run twice? It's running twice when I do that. I click close. It goes here. Does update item check it again? Oh, update item does. Update item reset. Oh man. Why not? You're young. I didn't say I wouldn't. Did I? Okay. So the 5 refs here is weird. There shouldn't be 5 refs. I don't know how there's 5 refs. Oh, wait, update item. Huh? No, no, no. I was going to say update item technically has one, but no, this delays it till the next run. This is still delayed. This is like, it calls this, and it runs call deferred. Also, I only get 1 checking all items? Oh, no, 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 I get it. Right, because it frees an item, so it has to check through them all again until it runs without refreeing one. Okay, that's why that is printing twice. No, that makes sense. In case one of them was referenced to something else. That's why. Okay, so it was only 1 check. Now I click close. Close anyway. Test mine has 4 refs. Where did this reference go? Who took it? Who took the reference? Oh, wait, this queue free happens. It needs to happen like that? I can't bind it as a deferred call. I mean, I actually can, but it is captured there. Does the order really matter that much? I have to queue free first. Okay, that worked. Load. The 5 refs there is weird. Why are there 5 references? Who is getting this item? How are there 5 references? After running that. Editor doesn't track the item. There's no way for it to get the item here. There's no way. Update item. Runs. Check all items. That runs at the end of the frame. So this means that this is gone. This reference is gone. That's the point of this. What is this 5th reference? What is the 5th reference? What is the 5th reference? I've never opened this menu yet. Is it this menu actually still having a reference to it? Does this menu still have a reference? Because I queue free. Does the function exist? Is the function made when this is called? Does it take it? No, it can't. I mean, it can, but it's gone. It's gone when that happens. All right, let me try this. Let me change the order of how I do things. I open this, I click load, that. Now it has 5 refs. So the problem has already happened. Also, how did it not free? Go again. Okay. So TestMind already has an extra reference. So this has already happened. So how? How did this happen? I click the load button. It's fine if I don't load it. If I just click close, it's fine. But when I click load, loading is creating a new reference. On load. Where does the reference get made? Editor doesn't store a reference to item. Item is purely purely made and kept inside of the editor. So the editor, something calls to the editor here. I click load. Nothing happens. I just make the pop-up right away. This pop-up is made. I call main resource set property name resource editor on change. Update item. Does update item create a lingering reference? Does update children create a lingering reference? No. Could this? No, this can't pass a reference. Because it copies these. It doesn't really copy them, but it moves them in there. And editors don't store a reference to the item. Does this do it? Like children clear? Am I supposed to do this? Maybe I am supposed to do that. Though that would only create like a extra reference for these values. It wouldn't create an extra reference for test mind. Let me do this. Let me leave this print here and see what happens. Yeah. So the problem happens here. It just happened. How? I don't know. I'm assuming every time I click load, it's creating a new one, right? Okay, it's not. Testmine just somehow has invented a reference when I click that load button. What about here? How does it happen? How does it happen? All right, let me do this. I'll just call this in a bunch of places. So I'm pretty sure this is where this happens. And then here, I will call it again. Well, yeah, I'm just so confused. I really don't understand. It already has 5 references. So just clicking that button has made 5 references. It should say 4. Wait. There's 1 for the item list, 1 for the open, one for the item list, 1 for the open, 1 for what I'm checking. It should say 3. The other 2 have 3 because they have 1 in the all item, 1 as a child of Testmind, and 1 for what I'm checking. That's 3. So Testmine has 2 extra references here at the time that I click this button. How does that work? How does clicking that button create 2 references? It's here. Like, how? Am I checking the right number? Am I checking the right thing? Like, it's not references to the resource, it's references to the item. Yeah. Okay. Behavior resource editor doesn't take, it can't hold the reference to item. It can't. It can't. That's not possible. This type is not exposed to anyone. How are there 2 extra references? Alright, what about this? When I add to the scene, let me actually go to editor mind. When we take our editors, I'm going to print it out here. How many do we have? at this point. It should still be 3. What? It didn't run. Hello? What? How did you get the editors without calling accept editors? It's not possible. Oh, there it is. No. What? How does it have editors without calling this method? It prints something every time. It prints check items. It gets, what? Huh? Is it gonna suddenly be like, oh, my bad, hey, sorry, yeah, we just didn't even include, you just totally ignored you, we weren't making that change. I'm going crazy. Getting editors. There's no return here, man. There's no return, there's no return here. There's no return here. There's no return here. All items true, check all items. It has to print this. It has to print that. That has to be printed. I'm losing it. I'm being gaslit. This thing is lying to me. It's not running the code. It is not running the code. Checking all items. Wow, look at that. It ran the code. Getting editors. It's still not running it. Is this just the land where true equals false? Is that what is happening? Is this the true equals false land? Is this true equals false land? It's not running it. Why are you not running it? I'm getting mad. I am opening the mind editor. I know it because it's saying getting editors. This method is called. This one is just a lie, apparently. We just don't do this. Print will check items. I promise. Ran that method. What? Will check items I... okay, right, okay. So it works, but not here. Will check items I promise. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's not doing it. Why not? What do I have to do to convince you to run the code? What is happening? Is it missing a tool? No. Call deferred. Can call deferred return an error? What the hell is happening? I just... 11 logs. 11 logs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 logs. I click. Oh, look, there's the logs. 5 refs. Why? Why? I'm being trolled. That is a troll. That is... Being in the open list adds 2 references? Because it should have 3. One on the all list, one on the open list, one when I check. Oh, no, it should have 4. One on the open list, one on the all list, one when I check, one in the item list. So the open list and the item list are 2 different things? Okay. Maybe, honestly, maybe what I do is I do this. I give a weak reference to the item list. So I maintain control. There it is. I'm assuming the item list is doing some naughty things and taking extra references. It's not supposed to do that. And somehow it's hanging on to those references for too long. So, that's my theory. I can count. When I open an item, it gets a weak reference because it's a bitch. Simple as that. It just is. It is just so bad. That is so bad. Where does get or add item to list? Add item to list. You get a weak reference. Metadata. And these are weak references. How does that work again? Weak ref. Oh, cool. Weak ref returns a variant. That's really funny. Why? Get ref. Get ref can return null. Returns null. Yeah. All right. Everywhere that I write get item metadata, I have to run get ref. It has to be creating extra references. It must be doing that. And also, I don't care if it. I don't care if it causes bugs anywhere. Or, I mean, not that it causes bugs. I do care if it causes bugs, but I don't care that this is, you know, possibly null. If it happens, then it's a bug somewhere else. How are there so many of these? Okay, please tell me that this is gonna operate the same way. It should. But now it shouldn't be taking extra references. I will check I promise. You promise? I was right. I was right. Why does the item list take an extra reference? Okay, let me count. 1 for the all item, 1 for the open item, 1 when I check. There's still this 4th reference that, oh, it doesn't take extra references. I was wrong. Where is this reference? Where's the reference? Who has it? Someone is being given an item when they're not supposed to have it. But I mean, that's at least better, right? That's at least better. Maybe? I don't know. Get our add item. Item is made here. What do we do with it? We update children. That doesn't create a reference. We do editor except editors. That doesn't create a reference. Append. This makes one. So now we're keeping it. Keeping track of it. Get or add item. That's loading. That's not a thing. Update children. Could this somehow be referring to itself? Is that possible? Two children. And those prints just never want to happen. Okay. So at least I know at the time that I open it. At the time that it's opened, I have an extra reference somewhere. Who is it? Let me even do this. Let me just say, let me, okay, where am I? Where am I? In the edit, I want to skip something. So I'm just going to do that. And I'm just going to do return. And I'm going to do check all items. So nothing happens. It doesn't open, it doesn't do anything. Okay. Data test mine had 2 references right off the bat, right? It had 2 references immediately. And it was actually free straight away. So there's that. Open item is open item doing something. Let me say open item false, so we don't even select it. We just load it. It freed it again. Okay. Or no, it didn't free anything. Right, okay. So 3 is how many I expected to see. 1 in the all items, 1 for the open list, and 1 to check. Okay, so that's how many I expected to see there. So open item false still doesn't do it. Select item. Current item is the reference. Oh my god. How did I forget about current item? Current item was the reference all along. Damn. So I'm doing when current item... Do I really need current item? What do I use it for? What do I use current item for? Current item is how I know which one to hide when I'm swapping, so I need to have this. I guess I don't. Do I? I don't need to have current item. I need to have the current editor. Okay, I guess this also matters. The extra references there. So this means close item is wrong? I thought I checked for that. Yeah, it's supposed to do this. It's supposed to say select item null. What? It does. Because close will select nothing at the end. Does remove item not deselect something? Okay, let me go to check all items and print out what the current item is. It should be back to normal. this with the problem. The problem should be back. Current item is something, right? Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so here this makes sense. I click close. We're missing a log again. It's so mad. It's making me so mad that it's missing logs. All right. So now we're good. Open it again. It made them all. I click load. It's currently that one. So old vision. I need to re-trigger that because it's just stupid. Okay. So this is test mind. So now I click close. Close anyway. I clicked the wrong button. That's what I expect to see. Load. Alright, and now I click this. Okay, so everything looks correct. I click close. Close anyway. And there's an extra reference. Somehow. Somehow there's an extra reference. The only way there's an extra reference here is because of that pop-up. Let me try this. Clear that. Load old vision. Okay. And then I'm going to click save. So now it's saved. And now I click close. And it freed them all. All right. So this pop-up is making an extra reference. And it's holding on to that aggressively. What if I click save and close? Still didn't free. So there is an aggressive reference to this item somehow. Just a really aggressive reference to this item. So I guess I make it a weak ref so it doesn't count. But then that doesn't make sense because it shouldn't be there. It can't be there. Here's the reference. I call close item or return. It's dropped, right? At that point, the normal thing, it's dropped, okay? Because I don't make the pop-up. I don't make the pop-up. But I create it here, and here's item. Item is in these functions. But somehow, I mean, it's the same thing again, right? I have to do confirm, tree exited, connect. Is this really what I have to do? Close item, bind item. Because this creates another, maybe it is. Maybe somehow that does still fix it. This at least like adds like an extra layer of delay before we do it. Canceling, I don't care what happens when I cancel. Open test mind. I promise, and then you don't print it because you're dumb. Okay. Load. Old vision. Right click. Close. Close anyway. Crazy. Crazy town. How did old hearing have 3 refs? Oh, it's referenced by test mind. Right, of course. Why did it load in that order? What a weird order to check. And now that fixes the bug. Because it's not aggressively holding reference for way longer than it's supposed to. Read. Why do I gotta do this dance, man? What is that? Just this extra layer allows these functions to be dropped because these functions are not dropped. I call close item and it queues that up for the future, but then this function is still sitting around in memory when that when it calls later. But at this point, this function has been freed. When tree exited is called, the function's been freed. That is infuriating. This just doesn't make it. This is so dumb. It's so dumb that I gotta do that. Okay. Time to get rid of all the prints. I'll leave the current item because it's probably helpful to see it a little bit more. But I mean, I am commenting about it now. Okay. I mean, I will say it's probably a good thing that I made that item list. Oh, it gave it a weak ref instead. Because it really shouldn't be allowed. It should not be able to keep the resource item alive. It should not be able to do that. I decide how it lives and dies. Alright. There's that. Now I check. Ugh. Comment all these things out. Get rid of that one. Man. I go crazy. Getting editors will check, I promise. Okay, so I forgot that one. Those two. Why does it not print, man? Why did it not print? There's just no reason. There's just no reason for that to not print. There's just no reason. What was that? Debug deploy with... Oh, yeah. Okay, are we all good? Load anyway, old vision. Also, why is it not asking me now? Why is it not asking me now? It's supposed to ask me every time. Why is it not asking me? Oh, the change emit isn't happening? What? No, that doesn't make any sense. Because it's not saved here. So when I click load, it's supposed to check editor is saved? If editor is saved, and it's not a sub-resource, so editor is saved is true here. What is happening? Why is it doing that? Why is it letting me do this? What if I modify that? And now it says it's a no. Load anyway. Old vision. What? This isn't a save. Which one of these? Which one of these is it? Editor is saved and not a sub-resource. Yeah, that ain't true. It is, it's... Oh. Actually, it's right. No, wait, it's actually right. I haven't changed this, so I can load another one, and it's not an issue. I changed this one, but this load is... that's safe, actually. Okay, now apparently it's not. Okay, if I click the same one, it's weird. Hey, Reddit, I'm back. What do you mean you're back? So this one should actually be safe. Oh, because I say editor on change. No. No, this editor doesn't change. This editor does not change. This one changed. Okay, so update item. When I run update item, I think I should be saying... Actually, let me just take like a boolean or something. That's what I mean to do. Let's see the new and improved functioning AI. Nope. I am still doing... this call doesn't need to be made there. I'm still making the UI. It's awful. Okay, so now, right, okay, so that marked as change, but now clicking this again shouldn't, it's all good. Change it, now it's like, hey, you wanna, blah, 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 blah. Why does it say behavior system remake? Because I'm still remaking it. That's what I'm doing. You said you're working on UI. This is... No, I did not. Did not get a haircut. The system includes the UI. Where's that print happening? What was the print? these. They're there. Resources on save changes. What a great description, by the way. Okay. Wave. Yeah? Pop-up ID pressed. I need to have some real text. Some real stuff. Time to mine. You're playing Minecraft? Alright. Modify. Close. Can I center that text? Could I possibly center that text? I can get the label, and then I can center it. So yes, I can. Of course I can. This is programming. I can do whatever I want. Isn't it Iron Pick? Yes, it is. What do they call it? They call it a weird thing, right? Justification flags. That's not what I thought that was at all. Okay. Oh, it is horizontal alignment. Here we go. Modify, close, and I need some extra lines there. Also, why is it saving when it's not visible? I don't get that. I turned that off. It's not supposed to do that. Oh. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. Yeah. I don't want it to save. And you know what? I'm actually going to do this. I just don't like how this looks. I want it to look a little bit better. I mean, okay. You just take this off. Just don't do that. How does that look? That's better, I guess. Centered, like, strangely just looks weird. I don't know why. It looks weirder. Probably because this text at the bottom is centered. And I really want this one to be centered. This resource has been modified since we last saved. Data test mine. Would you like to save it? Cancel. Close anyway. Okay. So this save, I get what's happening here. I don't want it to do this. If we are not visible in the tree, well, I guess I actually check. I check this. Skip. Don't do anything. Right. It just seems strange, right? I modify, I go here, I hit Control S, and it saved the resource. Why? Oh. So in my setup, it's not actually. Okay, so I want, is key label pressed? Key label, the key with the key code printed on it. Key label. How does the shortcut work? Wait, what's the shortcut doing? The key label printed on the key. The key label. So that's a label. Control. State of the control modifier. Would I do like control? Huh? All right, how do they check? When I do an input key event and I have control pressed, what does it do? What is it reading? CTRL underscore pressed. Input event key. Input event with modifiers. Input event with modifiers. Okay. There's input event with modifiers. No mim new? Huh? How do they make one of these? Oh, they create a ref and then init ref. equals. Okay. So there's two places this can happen. Set control key pressed and set command or control auto remap. Hey, Yulia. I'm going to look for set control pressed first. Oh my god. Those are all tests. Okay, those are all tests. Display server. No. Decode key modifier state. No. Set modifiers from event. I was hoping there wouldn't be many places this happens. How do shortcuts work? Because I'll just make, I don't know. How do shortcuts work? I want to know if the shortcut was triggered. Is that so hard to figure out? Is processing shortcut input. Is there really not a way to just check if... You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna check if S is pressed. If you're pressing S, then I just assume it's from the shortcut. Okay. Note. Too difficult to check if control is pressed. Arch by the way. So just check if S. So just check S. Like I don't get it. I don't get which one of these I'm supposed to be checking. I mean, I guess I could print every one of them, right? Maybe I can just figure that out. Print control key. Label. Physical. Is key label pressed? Is physical key pressed? Why not? Just tell me everything. Key label, key, script. Wait, what? Yeah, modify, click here. What? Why are you saving? And why aren't you printing? I'm so confused. Did save all get called? Wait. This one's happening. Save all. Save all? Who's calling save all? No one's calling save all. Who is calling save all? What? Project settings, save all. That's different though. Yeah, this is a different method. Oh, wait, what? Save all on... Save external data. That happens when you close. So that's not my fault. Okay. Can I check if we're closing? Because that's supposed to only happen. I only want to do that when I'm closing. Save external data is like doing... I mean, there is no save all. When I do control save here, this saves everything in the script. But I don't want it to because I don't have it open. That doesn't make sense. Okay. So is key pressed and okay. Just do that, I guess. If we're not visible in the tree, don't do anything. I mean, I guess I can check. Oh, actually, I can check there. So, yeah, actually, that's what I can do. I can write it here. If I'm called and I'm holding control save, don't do anything. Don't do anything. Because I personally, I don't like that. I don't like that it automatically just saves everything, even stuff like here. I don't like this. Don't save in that case. Modify. Click here. Save. Bam. And not saved here. That's what I want. Only save if I have this open. Only do that. Now this print that happens, this is still from save all, isn't it? Resource saver, save, and it also runs this one. Save all, the intention is that it will literally save everything. Yeah, it's supposed to do this. It's supposed to do everything. I mean, I guess I could like check a frame that we saved, and if we saved on that frame, then I drop the save. That's really weird. Wait, how does that, wait, how did that happen? How did that happen? I hit Control S. I captured the shortcut here. So this was captured. Does the shortcut not, like, handle the input or something? Does it not handle the input? Because I should mark it as handled. How do I do that? How does that work? Oh, looks like I'm crashing, I guess. Okay. How fast can it crash? That was pretty fast. How did that happen? How did... Because I thought I was testing earlier and hitting Control S there with that button on the shortcut blocks it from mainline. And additionally, it checks when I do a save all, everything saves, right? So everything gets marked as saved. So from out here, it checks, hey, do you have anything that needs to be saved? Right? Main screen is saved. Return settings is saved, and editor is saved. Editor is saved, checks every item. If any of the editors are not saved, we return false. Otherwise, if they're all saved, we return true in the open list. So it's calling this twice because I say, hey, item saved. Same thing here, on save. It's marked. This can't run twice unless they are running their code at the same time. Okay, so let me just do modify and hit control save. Alright, that worked. Modify. Modify. Script. Click. Save. Okay. Go back here. It's still not saved. I hit this again. How did that happen? I'm assuming that's why it crashed. Because it shouldn't have happened and Godot like retroactively realized, oh, wait, I did a bad. And then it just crashed. Okay. I have no idea how... Yeah, that just doesn't make sense. How could that happen? Godot is like super single-threaded, especially with code that I write, the scripting stuff. This is all single-threaded unless I tell it I want it like on a different thread. As far as I'm aware, it's supposed to all be super single-threaded. Yeah, I don't know how that happened because now I can't reproduce it. Close, open, modify, S. It does not save. It saves here. I do load, old vision. I click here. I click here. I click S. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. That's really strange. Okay, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Cancel. Close. Does Control W actually work? I think I click here and then I hit Control W. No, that's... I hover and I hit Control W. No. That's funny. That shortcut just doesn't actually do anything. It probably should, shouldn't it? Should it? Do I have to turn on shortcut processing? I mean, whatever. I don't think I'm ever going to use Control W. Like, that's... I'll just close it. Actually, no. I kind of want Control W. If I hit Control W here, whatever is open, whichever one of these is open, should close. Let me make that happen. How do I do that? I guess in Ready, I can add a shortcut. Can I do shortcut? How do I do a shortcut? Maybe this video is actually going to be helpful. Add shortcuts to buttons. What if I just want a shortcut in general? Yeah. I don't want for a button, so hopefully they don't mention button here. Do I have to do GUI inputs? I mean, sure. I'm actually fine with that. I guess I would also make shortcuts. Maybe I do like a static in it. Yeah, maybe I do a static in it. How would I run that? Up here, I guess. How do I use this? Matches, event, event. Key event, save shortcut events. Okay. So it's just really, really plain. Okay. Swap control for command on Mac. Probably need that. Control pressed. Command and control remap. Yeah, so I just set up like that key code. For key code, the label printed on the key. Yeah. Key W. I probably should just make it like this. Okay, there we go. Now we're set up. So then GUI input if lookup close matches event. What do I do? I have to say accept event. Where am I going? Get viewport set event is handled. Let me check the button. I think I'm sure the button probably does this. How I'm supposed to do it? Button. GUI input. Notification. What? What? Buttons have shortcuts. Base button. Ah, base button. Base button. GUI input. Shortcut. Okay. Matches event. Oh my god. Base button shortcut input. What is shortcut input? What is it, void? Project virtual animation script editor plugin. Menu bar, node, shortcut input. GD virtual shortcut input. What? Documentation node shortcut input. What? Wait, how? On scene main node, GD virtual shortcut input. I mean, they call accept events. I mean, is that what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to call accept events? I don't understand. Set input as handled. Accept event. Global scope. Accept event. It's on the scene tree. Or is it on the node? It's on object. Node. Ref counted. Node. Okay. Node. Control. Or canvas item. Accept input. Control accept input. Accept event. Marks input is handled. Once you accept an event, it stops propagating even to nodes listening to. Does not affect the methods and inputs. Okay, so I'm supposed to call accept event. Okay. So this should do a close item, or no. This should do a request to close the item. I guess I gotta do it like a funny way, right? Whoa. Okay, let me make a method just called request. Request close item. And this is the whole method. Okay. So now I can say request close item, current item. First of all, I want to say if not is visible in tree, I ignore anything that happens. Okay. Control W didn't work. Control W didn't work. Control W didn't work. Control W. Is it because I need to restart the thing? Probably. And now, Control W. Control W. Control W. Where could it have focus? Does it just not get keyword focus or something? The method will not be called when mouse filter is filter ignore. So I guess I need to do filter stop. Probably. The control will receive mouse input events and mouse button input events. No, I need input. What? If the event inherits input event. What? Okay, so it's not taking that. Can we just, like, help me out? How do I do this? Canvas item? Do I really have to handle it from input? Oh, there is shortcut input. Wait, what? I thought this wasn't... Hasn't been consumed by input or any control item. Called when there's an input event, the event propagates up through the tree until a node consumes it. It is only called if input processing is enabled, which is done automatically if the method is overridden. It's all good with set process input. So I'm supposed to use input then. Definitely need to reload, I think, because I changed the method, so. Checking close shortcut. Control W. Invalid access to property or key editor on base object nil. 433. Request close item. Huh? You know what, just if not, item return. I'm assuming what happened is this got called like twice very quickly. Could I do like shortcut input instead? Can I check that one? So I'm not like constantly listening for crap. Hey, it worked. It's still running strange. Oh, it's not there. Yeah, duh. If current item is not null, then accept the event and close. Okay, that's what I'm doing. The only issue is that I need to make sure I release it, because it seems like if I open like 3 items and I hit Control W, it's gonna repeatedly activate like this. As you can see, it's repeatedly activating. I definitely only want to check it one time. I do not want to keep checking it. Do I get 2 calls? Okay, like what? What? Get as text? First valid input event as a string. So does that... I meant to do... I meant event. As text. Okay, cool. Alright, so it looks like there's a release in there. This uses event is matched to compare events. So I guess I do print match. Okay, so the release also matches. So I guess what I can do is I can say, just the classic. What is it possible to have this? I feel like it's gonna be really hard to make that happen actually, so I'm okay with it. And if it does happen, then I just have to press the button again. I could even actually just wait for the release instead. I could only match on the release. I could do that. Yeah. No, I mean, no, I won't match on the release. I'll just check here. Should I do this? If event is pressed, yeah. Okay, so I do pressed and released. Alright, cool. And I'm assuming there's not a way to pull it off. Yeah, it actually just goes straight through. Okay, cool. So mine's always going to check it, apparently, which is good. Seems like it's going to be really hard to miss that. Alright, so then a quick test, I guess. I'm just going to open a bunch of these, and it's going to not open them. It's going to not open them. Microsoft's trying to run CUDA on AMD GPUs because they're running out of NVIDIA GPUs. God bless AI. So why does that... Oh, those can't open yet. Wait, what? Those can't open yet. Attempted to assign an object into a typed array that is not inherited from GDScript. Unable to convert array index 1 from object to object. What now? What now? Why are those not opening? These should be opening. Have I really not coded that up yet? I can edit them if handles. Object. Yeah. If it extends is instance of object behavior extended resource. Perfect. And I probably have to restart for that. I don't. And it just loads it. Just like that. That's nice. That's what I wanted to see. So if I hold Control W, it'll close this one, but not the next one, and then it didn't select the next one. How not? How not? Request close will call close at the end. Close will attempt to select the next thing. Selected, get selected items. That'll be empty. Oh, what? Am I stupid? Wait, am I... Ugh. If something closes, it'll favor one of these. Okay, so I go through selected items. Actually, I guess I can just say else. There's nothing selected. So... Before I remove it, I get the index. Try to pick, should I go up or down first? I think it should go down. It should try to maintain that index, right? So if I select 0, it'll try to reselect 0, whatever is the new 0. If I close an item that wasn't selected, then we open the selected item. This is what this does. We open that selected item. Items 0. Actually, yeah, this is kind of crazy. What am I doing here? This is actually really weird. What? Favorite? Huh? I'm actually really confused. This is really weird. Select next. Closing. If select next. Actually, yeah, I just say what? That's weird. If we have an item, actually, I guess I can just say is empty. Try to pick the new item at the same index. So I would say next is going to be still the same index. Kind of between 0 and item count -1. So if I had 3 selected and I deleted 3, or sorry, yeah, if I had 3 open and I closed 3, the item count now becomes 2, or sorry, index 0, 1, 2. 2 is closed, so now 1. 2 should become 1, so 2, climb up to 0 and item count -1. Item count is 2 minus 1. So 1. Right? Yeah, okay. Okay, weird. Open vision. Control W. Nice. And I did something weird. Okay. How did I do that? I didn't reparent it. That's what happened. I didn't reparent this. How did it not get reparented? So what happens when I close, I call select. Select runs through here. Naturally, the editor is on the main window, so I parent it. Then I grab focus. And I'm supposed to give it the editors at this point. Yeah, so I didn't give it the editors. I was supposed to. When I select. Does open do this? Did I leave it in open? No. I'm pretty sure get or add. Okay, let me find everywhere that I write except editors. 2 places. I do it in get or add, and I do it in update item. I also have to do it in select item. We need to give it those editors. So I guess I just do this. And that's just what I was missing, right? Close. Oh, wow, it's really weird now. All right. Let's run through this again. So clicking back and forth does it correct. This is the same. Actually, I get to finally test it. So old vision is currently at 67. So if I drag this one up to like 100, that one also modified, which is good. That's what I should have seen. And this says 111. Nice. So if I click here and I click save, it saved everything. I got an error. But if I click here and drag this, it also marks that unsaved. And it's 101. Nice. So what's this? Index 0 is out of bounds. When I clicked save, I got that. And I really wish I got like a stack trace or something. That would be so useful. Because effectively, I just have to go to this file and see what method was called and figure out where I called that method. So line 1809. Oh, I'm really close. Line 1809. Get child. This one. Get child. Failed. Index. So where do I call get child from save? Is it update item? Actually, I don't have a get child here. Is it editor mind? On save. Oh. Oh, well, this is just wrong. Yeah, so that's not how these work. If container is resource editor container. Editor is container editor. Actually, I can just do if container editor. There we go. Cool. Alright, cool. So then it got really weird when I closed this one. Cool. Okay. It's still there. This is getting laggy, though. Okay, now it's not laggy. It was laggy. Sometimes if I modify this, 52, and then I open this, it says 52. Okay. So I call get or add item. The editor isn't marked as. I can probably trigger a re-update by modifying this value. Okay, so that one is not marked as unsaved, and it should be. This one's not being marked as not saved, and it should be. SoftBank sells its entire stake to Nvidia. What now? It is so bright. Who is SoftBank? And how much money do they have? You know what? I should probably check something. Just in case. 4 hours ago. Hmm. That's interesting. So I do actually have stock in NVIDIA, so that's what I'm checking. The stock price started dive bombing about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours before that became news. It's fine though. It did nothing. Literally nothing happened. It recovered literally instantly. So nothing ever happens. Well, to me it matters because I have quite a lot in stocks. And I have, what are they, like collective stocks or something? I can't remember what they're called. Essentially, you buy a share and you get like fractions of shares from tons of other companies. And NVIDIA is a really big one in a lot of them. But I also have NVIDIA just alone. So if there's a problem with NVIDIA, then I also have a problem. And I should be checking it. Actually, what was that? Wait. What graph was I on? Why does the graph look different? Wait, what? No, hang on. I was looking at the weekly. That's weird. Never mind. But also, I'm still right. It recovered instantly. So. But it does matter to me. And I should probably leave that open and looking at it. In case I need to sell that. I mean, the most important thing is like pay attention if they do like a report and they are like really down on sales for some reason, which I mean, NVIDIA isn't only AI, is it? Wait. Is indeed a ticking bomb. I mean, you know what? It actually has been trending down for a bit. All right, I need to remind myself later today I'm actually gonna I probably need to reduce that. Most of the revenue is in AI now. Yeah, that is definitely true. This should be marked as change though. Why is it not? It should be. Oh, changing that thing doesn't... Okay, I get it. I actually do get it. When I open an item, I should be checking if it's already... If it's already in the list... Okay, so I call select item, I think is what happens. No, I'm calling edit. Edit calls open item. If we don't have it, add it to the list, connect it. When I open an item, I mean, I guess I can check right away. Maybe I should actually do it when I select the item. Because select item will ensure it gets put in that list. Close that. Add item to list. Yeah, actually, I think when I do this, I probably need to check. Yeah, I can check right here. Well, mm, all right, let me do this. Let me call check saved at a lot of these places where I do this add item to list. Check saved. Down here, check saved. Okay. This morning sold NVIDIA and invested in OpenAI. Oh my god. I mean, I guess they're not wrong. Like if they want to invest in AI, it doesn't make sense to invest directly into NVIDIA. You should invest in a company that you think is gonna do AI. I gotta close my window. But also, I mean, there is, like I said, NVIDIA has been trending down for a bit. Let me just look at it again. Yes, like since it's, I mean, I guess it hit like a second peak in November 3rd, and it's been trending down kind of hard, actually, past like week. OpenAI rumored to be raising $15 million daily. Yeah, they are. OpenAI is it profitable? I think it's still not profitable, right? It's still not profitable. They make a lot of money, but I think they spend, I mean, they can ask for subsidies and still be earning money. Yeah. All right, so I think this should be, so if I, well, yeah, see, it even knows it's just not. Also modified since it was last saved. Is this okay to ask? I think it is. I think it makes sense to ask this even if it's still technically open somewhere else. So I'll click close anyway, and it's still here. Good. So it's still here. It still has this value, 83. I'll open this, 83, and it came in as being unsaved. Good. Good, good, good. 95. So I close anyway, 95. Hit save. open, and let's do the test. Control W. I'm holding the button. I release. And it did a bug. Invalid call. What? So how is this open? Index -1 is out of bounds. Item list 411. Select. No. Get item meta. I passed -1 to get item meta. Okay. Oh, it's probably on this line, actually. 608. Oh, if the item count is 0. Right. So it's because I tried to select. Yeah. 20 billion this year after investing in AI videos. That's actually interesting. I guess what I do if select next and if select next and item list count is greater than 0. I get the selected items. If there's no items, I guess I actually probably just say selected as true here always, because I'm guaranteed. I'm either not selecting something because something's already open, or I'm selecting the next thing that's open. Okay, open these two. Big lag. W, W, W. So old hearing. Bubba. Same editor, so still there, so I click that. E, there it is. E. This is awesome. I really like this. Because these are the same editors, so when I change it there, it changes it here. And I don't remember what this was at. And I don't remember, so I can just close it without saving. Because I have the power. And it's back to 251, I guess. Is that what it really was? I would not know. I actually would not know. Because I've never committed the file, so I don't know. Actually, it shouldn't have saved, because this is... Huh. I never saved that. So that's being kept open? That's being kept open? That's not very good. Freed test mind, freed old hearing. I actually know what's going on. So the items get dropped, which is correct. But what doesn't get dropped is the actual resource itself having been changed. That doesn't get dropped. So how do I make it? All right, let me do this. Let me actually say, when I open that file, if I create the item, I have to skip the cache. I must skip the cache. I have to reload it. If I don't have it in all items, I must reload it. So where does it load? Resource. Get or add item. Okay. This is in the open. Resource loader load. Yeah. I gotta change the cache mode to say replace. Yeah. If I'm loading it, I have to replace it. Last active. Section editor. Current. Maybe get or add item. No, if I'm loading it like this, but this one should be allowed to be reused. Because open should always contain current item. Yeah, it should be allowed to be reused there. But I think if I call edit, should I be reloading it? I should, right? If I'm calling edit, if the item is not in the open list, sorry, if the resource is not in the open list, we must reload from disk. Replace the item. Okay. Ooh, here's something interesting. So, oh wait, if it's not in the open list, we must reload from disk. So I probably just say open item. Or I guess I would actually just say select item here, right? Pretty simple. Otherwise, I gotta reload it every time. Or maybe I should say in get or add item. If I'm adding it to the all items list, I have to reload the resource. That's probably better, right? No, I think edit's probably more correct to reload it there. Yeah, I think that's fine. These prints can go away because I know what's happening now. Okay, so this one should have reloaded because it's not in the open list. That's still, I mean, I'm assuming it's still not, that's not at the real value, right? Oh, it is. It did change. When did I save that? I didn't save that. Oh well. Delete. 250. 10. And then I couldn't click close. Close anyway. Close anyway. I open old hearing and it's back. Nice. So as long as I don't actually hit save, it won't save it, which is what I, you know, want to happen. Test mine should be marked save, not saved, shouldn't it? It should be. Why did it not? I guess because the editor is saved, only knows about these being changed. I mean, I guess it's technically true that test mine hasn't been modified. It is technically true. I can click save and it saves it. And that one gets marked. Okay. Cool. Alright, now here's the thing. What happens when I modify this? Yeah, it's gonna reload it, isn't it? Oh, it didn't. How did it not? How did that not happen? Because when I opened it just now, it went through edit. And it should have gone through here and said, oh, we don't have it. Then it goes here and it says cache mode replace. How do you know if two items are the same? This is weird. Because I have modified it. I modified this. This used to be 117, and now I modified it to be 100, and I opened it. And it opened it as modified. Okay, here's the thing. I should probably be checking all items. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna move this out here. So if it's not in the all items, then I need to reload it. So actually, wait, how does this recurse again? Update children? Okay, no, I specifically want to say if it's not in the list. Yeah, reload it. I could also still put it in here and like pass it as a value. It's like true to reload. Yeah, let me do that. Okay. So what am I testing? Right, so I'm closing that. I'm gonna or I guess I'm just gonna close all these. Close that, modify FOV to be like, it was 95. So when I open vision, it's gonna be 50. Close this one, close anyway. I just close that one too, and now I open old vision, and we're back to 95. Okay, so I'm gonna modify this to be 50, open test mind. It says 50, and I'm gonna close old vision, close anyway. I'll hit save. Open this one. It's 50. Close, close, open. 95. Oh, that's weird. What? It didn't save the external resource. Ah. Okay. Okay, I know what happens. So in onSave, the container should have the resource, right? It has main resource. Yeah. Alright, I gotta close my window a little bit more. So on save happens when we have saved. But what I should do is also go through and check. Oh, the editor has the resource, actually. The editor does have the resource. So I can say if container editor and not container editor is saved, then I would do maybe I just do like container on save. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. So here I'm gonna have an on save method. Or I guess I should just have a save method. Yeah, I'll just do on save actually. So I can check if editor get resource. I should say get property resource. If resource is sub-resource, otherwise we must save the external resource. There is okay. Otherwise, I guess I do main editor, toast, fail to save nested external resource. resource path. And error. And then I guess that's it. Alright. So if I do what's happening? I did like test mind, modified it here to 50, close anyway, and then I hit save, and then I close this one, so it should say 35 next. It says 35. Good. Cool. Nice. Is this working yet? Vision is correct. Open vision. I set it to 69. Random chance. I hit save here. It saved that one. It should probably toast that as well. It really should. Honestly, I'm gonna put this in its own thing. I want this to return true or false. Because I'm doing this a lot. I do this a lot. And I always do the same thing. I say, if it's true, I do item editor on save. And I do some stuff, but I want that toast to appear every time. But maybe not, like in this case. Maybe I don't want to do that. Let me call this save current. It does all that. If not current item, no open resource to save. And then I say save resource, current item resource. And this will be static, because it can be. And I'll leave it in the middle so I reduce line changes. And it will return a Boolean. If okay, I do this. Saved resource. Return true. I say if save resource. Editor. On save. Else nothing, actually. Oh, the save resource, resource path, error. Cool. Now, resource saver, save should always be different. Here I can just say save resource item resource false. Save resource. If save resource, I should also do current item editor on save. Otherwise, I do all this. And I don't have an error. Okay. And again, when I do editor on save, resource editor container on save. On save calls here, then I go to each container and I call on save. So actually probably what I should do is connect. Yeah, when I call connect editor. Oh no, when I do container set editor. On save. What? On save is saved is connected to on save. And self editor saved is connected. Not connected. I need to connect it. Okay, so now mine doesn't have to do any of this anymore. It's all handled. Well, how does it get down to those editors? I guess save resource is supposed to handle that, right? Actually, yeah, it should. Wait, yeah, why didn't I think of that? This one shouldn't be doing any of that. Go away. This doesn't make any sense to be here. This strip doesn't make any sense. This should really be going in editor. Or I guess save current and that. I do save resource. Resource saver? Is there like a saver flags? Like to save external? When it says bundle external resources, I think that just means it copies them in. Let me see what bundle external resources does. Let me paste this in here before I go any further, because otherwise I'm just gonna forget this. Actually, yeah, save resource should be like, should grab the item and then call save on the item. That's what should happen. But I don't want to see what bundle resources does. Okay. Huh? Oh. If not main and... Why is it in parentheses there? I don't know. Not resource and not bundle resources? If not main and we're not bundling resources and it's not built in, do some check here and then return. Otherwise we add it to resource set. Okay. So we keep collecting resources to save. So what do we do with the resource set? Okay, why do they actually just not document what that means? Bundles external. Yeah, literally, what does that mean? Does that mean it saves it in there? I guess I could pass the method and see what it does. Honestly, it doesn't matter. I was curious, but I actually don't think it matters. Because what I should be doing is I should be saying, creating a resource item and having a save here. Yeah, it should really be here. I guess I do this. If saved, then also do for, I guess I do editor on save, and then I do go through the children and do child. Saved will be if child, save resource. I mean, I guess I should just say pass. Set save the false. And then I would return saved at the end. So this will save everything in a nest, or as deep down as it can, updating all the other ones. So now save resource on the outside, we'll look for it in the all items. So what I actually do here is I would really say, if not current item, do that, and otherwise I do current item, save. And there we go. And then in here, when I do save, I guess I would also want save item. Actually, yeah, let me just do... No, I leave that as, I leave this as save resource, and we find the item. So I guess it's not a static function anymore? Yeah, it's not a static function anymore. But I do want it to be. Static function item in instance all items. Oh man. If we don't have an item, then I guess I'm just gonna guess I just save it like this, right? Actually, no. This is like really... Alright, where is save resource called? I'm always doing an item, right? So actually what I want to do here is instead of that, I want to call item save. I guess it should actually instead return the number that it saved instead of that, because it can start nesting. Yeah, let me return an int instead. If this works, then I guess I should say if not, then I return 0 right away. Otherwise now I can do all this. Okay. And this actually returns a value too. So I would actually do saved, add that, and then I return the number saved. This should start at 1. So yeah, here I'm really doing item save. This passes it as true by default. Yeah. And this is also true by default, right? Yeah. On rename resource. If not, current item save. Do that. Current item save. Item save. So this is only called here. How can I do this? Because I think I want to be able to call save resource from the outside. Wait, no, I don't need to do that. No, I just added this method. Ooh, does anyone actually use it yet? No one should. It's all in editor. Okay. Yeah, I just added this. This is literally just meant to save that resource. It's literally just meant to save that resource. Nothing else. And that, I just set up all that nesting now. Okay. So whenever I save from either clicking, I mean, yeah, just from clicking the button, right? Let me do item save instead of save resource. Well, item save. If item save, I guess I'd actually do saved. If count save plus equals count, and I would say otherwise I failed to write that resource in particular. And I should be passing false. You know what, maybe I leave it as true. And instead of doing that, I just do failed as a boolean. Because it's gonna print out the file. In fact, that's not even... Yeah, just print them all. Just print them all. I literally don't care. That's simple. Okay. This should be called save instead. Child save. Item save. Current item save. Okay. All right. What was that? Alright, that was weird. Okay. I'm just gonna assume that was like a bug for a second. Do this, they both modify. I close that, close anyway. I click here, I click save. I expect C94, and it told me everything. Save resource, old vision, save resource, old hearing. Good. Maybe I should check if the editor is unsaved. Maybe. The editor change state should be pretty consistent. That should be consistent. So I'll say this. If editor is not saved, then run this. If that fails, then do this. Editor on save. So now this will skip, but still mark itself as being saved. So if it was saved, it still starts at 1. Though maybe that's a bit weird. I'm not really counting, am I? I can be double counting. Maybe I do this. If editor is saved, I check if children is empty. I feel like if editor is saved, I should just do return -1 because we didn't need to do anything. And I'll document this. I'll actually change this to force. It returns -1. The resource failed to save. It returns 0. If the resource saved, it returns 1 plus number of children saved. Any children failed to save. Errors are sent to the UI. Better is saved, return -1. If not, behavior resource save, return 0. Otherwise, I say on save. And then if saved, right? Otherwise, I guess I'd say saved as 1. And then I do child save force. If we're not forcing and the editor save, return -1. Save force. If count is greater than 0, saved, add to the count. So now I gotta check all this. I believe -1 comes out as being true, so. And this should honestly probably force. If I'm closing, it should probably force a save. Yeah, if I click save and close, it should force a save. So it'll force to save. On rename resource, this should force to save. Save current. This probably doesn't force a save. So let me check this. Do I have anything in the... No, okay. If shortcut used, do that, and then I force it if I did a shortcut. Okay. Resource saver, save. Save all. That should be force. True. Okay. And then anywhere I check, if I'm comparing it with a Boolean, I don't check here, which is fine, because I probably don't care. It'll print. Let me make this a warning. Yeah, don't really care there. That's not the same thing. This is true. And then I'll print errors. Okay. So if the top level resource fails, it doesn't try to save any of the sub or the children resources. If it's not forced and it's saved, we just return -1, which honestly, I should still check the children. How can I don't know, I'm just gonna write it. If not force, so I know this will be false. Okay, so then I say, actually I guess I can do a check here. If children is empty, return -1. Right? Otherwise we have children, so we need to count those up. So this could actually be 0 or not. So this will return at least, if the result is 0, that means all the children failed. But I was successful. So what if all the children, let's just say any of the children fail, but I'm successful. Should I return at least one, or maybe I return -1? Maybe I return 0? Do I count myself as being saved? Because there's one place where this probably matters. Actually, it doesn't matter, because I say true there. Never mind, doesn't matter there. Only matters there, that's the one place where I don't check that it could be false. Everywhere else, I'm passing true. Save the resource and updates later. If the resource did not need to be saved and other children needed to be saved, it returns -1. If the resource failed to save, it returns 0. If the resource saved, it returns 1 plus the number of children saved. if the resource did not need to be saved. If the resource did not need to be saved, the resource did not need to be saved. If the resource did not need to be saved, none of the children needed to be saved. If the resource did not need to be saved, and had any children that tried to save, it returns 1 plus number of children saved. So it's return at least 1 at this point. Yeah, let me do 0, actually. Well, oh, how am I using it? How am I using it? Okay, let me do this. If force or is saved, then I do this. Okay. And then all this happens. So now I just simply do this. Get the resource, blah, 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 blah. If the resource failed to save, it returns 0. Returns 1 plus the number of children that also saved. If any children fail to save, there's any children that fail to save toast errors. Okay. Any children that fail to say will show error messages. Good. Alright. Good. Let me do this. I probably shouldn't be using recursion. It could probably be a problem. So we fail, I say continue. And I go through for child and children. I only want to add the child if it's not saved. Um, yeah, I'll just check one level down. If the child tells us that it's saved, then I skip it. Otherwise added. Now, does this mean I could keep adding a child back? So if I read in an, if I add a child to the list, let's say a child references itself. I grab it, it fails to save, I skip. Could the child still be in the list? I guess a failed item can never add more items, right? And successful items can only add items that still need to be saved. Okay, so let's say I add an item that needs to be saved. I guess it could try twice, right? So it could try twice? Yeah, I have to check. I guess I would do I can just add it here. We add the item. And instead of checking if it's saved, I guess I can check if it's saved. If it is saved or checked as child, we skip. So now I can guarantee I only see one item once, ever. So I can add it to the list, it gets added to the checked list, and then if somehow I end up scanning it again, even if it has the child listed twice, it'll only be added once as well. I didn't think of that. The child could be referenced multiple times. So this will prevent me from adding it multiple times. Actually, it doesn't. I feel like that gets really slow if there's a lot of things to say, but I guess it's not too big of a deal. Oh, what if I read one child? It adds itself. What if two children reference the same thing? So the first child I get through there, its children is not unchecked or to save. It adds it once. And then yeah, because I'm adding to the front actually. Oh, I also check if it's already in two saves, so that also stops it from happening. So we're actually good. Because the order would be adding self, and then would add its two children, and then this one adds children here, and this one gets called and tries to add that same child, but it's already in that to save list, so it doesn't get added. Okay, so that spares that too. Okay. All good. All good. Okay. Open vision. Open this one. I change this one. I click save. Saved this mine twice. Funny. Why? What? Oh, because I'm dumb. I'm saving a resource every time. Item resource. An item, children. Jeez. Okay. What? Why did that one not get updated? Weird. Okay. So it's not checking that one somehow. Right, because I'm doing it again. Item editor. Editor should always be there. Children should always be item children. Resource should always be item resource. Okay, now I've got it totally figured out. Cool. So what if I actually do, like, changing this, and I click here and click save? Okay, so it marks that one saved, which is wrong. Unless it really did save that one, but it didn't. Because if I open this one, it should, yeah, it would say it's not saved. So I guess that's a problem with the editor. Now, how does that work? I call connect editor. Ah, okay. So I do a dumb thing. Hmm. So what I want to happen is if I change... Actually, man, I guess I don't want to do that. All right. If the resource... If it's a sub-resource, then I want to connect the editor. Also, I actually want to go through and disconnect everything else. So whenever I accept editors, I need to disconnect everything. Also, this checkout item shouldn't be there. Sub-resources. It's a resource editor container. Then I check the editor is connected. Changed is connected to on change. Disconnect. And then I guess I should drop their editors. Let me check these. So that will just take it out. It's fine. What does this do? We call update title bar. Yeah, so I guess say if return null. Resource. Just say label. Also, the placeholder text and the text is supposed to drop. Text is supposed to clear, and then that sets that. Let me do this. This, okay. Alright, I kind of got a little lost. Where was I? Here. So I can set it to be nothing. And I grab this. If it's a sub-resource, then I need to do e dot changed connect on change. Then connect that, or it just goes away. Okay. A sub-resource, I want to be notified of a change. If it's not a sub-resource, I don't. So in editor, if I hit Control S, should it be saving everything? It should, right? I think I do that already. No, just a current item. Okay, let me try to do something strange. So I go to Vision and I change this. It does that. I click Close. Close anyway. And then here it still says 46. I click Save. And it says it's saved Vision. blows, I open vision, and it's there, 46. So if I do test mind, I do this. Actually, I could do load. Sure, now it says it needs to be saved. And I hit save. It says it saved this mind, but it did not save that one. If I click this, click save, saves old hearing. Okay. All right, let me see this. If I change, okay, what happened before? I changed a sub resource. Editor mind said it needed to be saved. I changed a different sub resource. Editor mind says it needs to be saved. I hit save on a sub resource that doesn't save the mind. Okay, let me take this bit out. I think this should just connect to that. I think it just should. So that way I can do something like this, and it's like, hey, you gotta save it. So I click save, and it says it's saved. I can do this, it says, hey, you gotta save it. I click old hearing, I click save, and test mind still says it needs to be saved. Which is fine, right? And I go here, I click save, and it just says, hey, I saved it, right? So now if I change this, and then I click save on one of these, the other one doesn't save. Then if I click save here, it saves both. Okay, I think that makes more sense. It was really just removing that on save to count myself as being saved. If I change any of my contained resources, they need to be... This one needs to be marked as changed to. Okay. Alright, where am I at? What's in here? Zombie basic mind. I mean, I guess senses went away. But I'm just gonna restore that. I don't want that to actually change. I think it only happened because I tried to open it. So it was being weird. Did it just modify it again? It did. Okay. Close that. Restore it again. Okay. Yeah, I was like trying to force it to save back. Not trying, it was. It's all fine. Okay. All right. Is an instance of extended resource. If the input key is pressed, Main resources not there, return null. If we have a resource and it's a sub-resource, do all that. So it's just like a bunch of... Yeah, this is just getting saving a bit better. Cache, reloads. What does saying get or add item true do? I remember that. Reload. Okay. So it'll request that it reloads. Okay. Hey, Demon Jostle. I'm still making progress, right? I feel like I'm still messing around with this, but there, I mean, I don't know. It's definitely improving. Was it like update saving? Update saving. Resource reloading. Change icons. Yeah. Improve saving to save external resources. Fix saving external resources, marking current resources as saved when they weren't. Improve ref counting by giving item list weak ref, and fix. There was definitely a ref counting bug preventing resources from free. And add close shortcuts. Add pop-up to save before closing. Yeah, okay. All right. So now I think I have the load. Load works, save works correctly. Oh, I also didn't mention that I can open other resources. Oh well, I can do that too. Oh, F2 does work. Cool. Actually, yeah, let me check that. If I do this and I hit F2 and then hit confirm, it just saves it straight up. I think 180 should be saved as 1. Or 0. 180, which is 90. Cosine of 90 is 0. Yeah. Okay, so that worked. Editors all track together. Good. Alright, now I guess I probably make new work. So many things. Should I get lunch? Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna go and get lunch. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. I've got food and I'm gonna eat. Hey, Yulia. Right on time, but it's too late. Yeah. I'll still watch it when I get back. I'm back. What did I eat? I had leftovers. It was French fries and a biscuit and chicken strips. Yeah. Yeah, you said you had something for today. Some zombie game. Vane, right? Keep for tomorrow? No. 0.021, I guess.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the Vane 0.021 update summary.
We gotta start using
This is
semantic versioning. Like 0.021 means nothing. That's just a number.
our largest
That
update
actually
ever,
just means
so
nothing.
obviously we can't cover everything in our changelog in this video. That said, we're going to do our best to cover the major features. Due to time constraints, we've got to leave a lot of major features out, so please visit the full changelog on Steam when you have a chance. Outside of the in-game work, we've created a new blog, news.vane.gg, linked in the description. We're going to be posting news there from now on, including a weekly dev blog, which will replace our blog videos here. It's much faster to write a weekly column than to film, assemble, and edit a monthly video, and in addition, we can bring you more frequent and detailed updates there. So let's get into the changes in this update, available now on Steam.
It's a good UI. I like the UI. I feel like it's too
We've
much
added a
blur.
few new weapons and weapon changes. The UN-57 is now available. We've added a few new weapons and weapon changes. The
pretty good.
UN-57 is now available, a powerful pistol, chambered in the rear at 5.7 by 28mm. We've also added the 84 explosive launcher, which is certainly overkill against zombies, but does the job. You can now shoot through chain link and
There's
other
no
similar
projectile,
materials, and we've added better physics to explosions.
Yeah, the projectile is literally invisible.
More zombie variants have been
Just
introduced.
reloaded nothing.
Military and police zombies, as well as a few others, will now turn up in the Champlain Valley. Speaking of zombies, we've fixed a lot of pathing and sensing issues with them. We've increased the distance zombies will hear gunshots and car horns, added fall damage to zombies, and changed their climbing algorithm. Zombie spawning has also been improved, such that zombies are now much likelier to spawn indoors. We've also reduced the number of animals that spawn in. We've improved the server browser, which now displays a server message of the day or description, as well as any server settings that differ from the defaults. The vehicle camera has been made smoother and automatically follows the direction of movement. Vehicles now have proper headlight textures when headlights are on. Car keys now have wireless functionality and can lock, unlock, or panic the vehicle. More vehicles can now be colored. Finally,
I will say this is something I am going to have. I don't know about keys. I guess I didn't think about keys. But I did think about using your weapons to force a car horn. But I guess panic. Yeah, I forgot about the panic button. Hey, R1. Shaves 4 would be 1 point after 0.9, but it was 0.10. A panic button. I didn't think of that.
wireless functionality and can lock, unlock, or panic the vehicle. More vehicles can now be colored. Finally, we fixed a few issues related to multiplayer in vehicles. Vehicles should no longer be able to interpenetrate each other and fly away or instantly kill the inhabitants in light collisions. We added interior soundscapes to buildings with unique factory, warehouse, house, and other soundscapes. We've made the blending between ambient sounds better and added a variety of lake, river, and swamp soundscapes. We added the ability to star item types. These will appear at
Even
the top
so the
of any
dog
search
walk all
container,
over the place?
so if you're particularly
Did you do
interested in finding weapons, you can star them and they'll bubble up to the top of anything you search. In addition, we added a put similar button for containers. This will put any items of the type in the container into the container from your inventory. So if you have a container for nails with nails already in it, put similar will move any nails from your inventory into it. We rewrote the in-game map functionality. There should no longer be scaling
They
issues
get
from
the
different
music
UI
a little
resolutions.
too loud.
In addition, there have been some quality of life changes. For example, when in a vehicle, the player icon is based on the vehicle rotation, not the angle you're looking at. The sky has received a lighting pass. The sun now casts bloom. The resolution of stars has been significantly increased. Fog at night has been adjusted, as well as general nighttime lighting and moonlight.
I mean, I gotta figure out banding for my night sky. I was thinking about it. I should probably put up like take a break or something. I was thinking like I probably just need to really crank down like do a dark pass over it, I guess. So as I start getting darker, I get much darker. I guess if I were to draw it as a graph, like try to do it good for the camera. So left to right is positive to 0, right? So as we get closer to 0, I would start flipping it down. But I guess if I were to do that, it would cause some like bad clamping, I guess. It'd probably be obvious. Would it be obvious? As long as the transition is smooth? Would that fix banding? Stars are going to be a problem. Not sure how to do stars. I mean, probably the best thing to do is to just use a texture for stars, which is probably what I should do. I think I actually have the texture already. But the banding also only becomes obvious because I start turning up the auto exposure. And maybe that just means I have to figure out my auto exposure is just kind of wrong. Or it's too high, like the exposure just needs to be tuned a bit. I could use a higher minimum light source. So I could just make the moon always, I guess I could make the moon like 10 times brighter than normal, than it should be. I think I already have it a lot brighter than it should be. Like 10 or 100 times. It's hard because there's only so much. There's very few dark colors, right? Essentially it's just a problem of how we represent colors with integers. Once you get dark enough, the variation in color is very snappy, but our eyes can really, well, the variation from like 0 to 1 level for any color channel is really obvious to our eyes. It's more obvious than like 200 to 201. Because I guess we see as like on a logarithmic scale, right? So essentially that 0 to 1 is like, you know, perceptively to us 10 times brighter than, I mean, I guess that just makes sense, right? The gap between 0 and 1 is not visually the same as the gap between 200 and 201. Doesn't Godot have a skybox system? They have procedural and they have physical. They're both not very good. I would even say physical is not good enough to use over procedural. I would say either use procedural or look for a skybox system. Some other renderer. Because their physical sky is still not very good. It's the funny thing is it's called physical sky, but it's not physical at all. It's just procedural, but with like Mie is all they have added. The fog isn't correct because you still set a ground color too. Like it's not physical. It's procedural plus like a Mie and fog.
As well as general nighttime lighting and moonlight.
I mean, they have theirs really bright too. Like this is probably what I need to do. I probably just need to say screw it and just go super bright, right? Make the moon really bright. Their moon is cranked up high. This is probably like 100 or 1,000 times brighter than it should be.
Moonlight.
But it looks good because, you know, I'm sure that's why they did it, because once you get too dark, you can really see banding really hard.
Shadows.
I mean, they basically did turn night into daylight, but to be honest, every time I go outside in a full moon, I'm always like, it is so bright I can see so clearly. Like, it's definitely not daytime, but the moonlight is bright enough that you can see really clearly.
Have received some attention. We've also improved.
So, I mean, while, like, you know,
Fog at
to
night has
our
been adjusted,
eyes,
as well
it
as
doesn't
general-
actually look exactly like this. The ability that you actually have to see is really similar. This is also snow, so, like, the white ground really makes a huge difference here.
nighttime lighting.
It's always so much brighter at night if there's snow on the ground. Like, way, way brighter. Probably
Has been adjusted.
even from, like, cloud reflection. Probably like 100 or 1,000 times brighter, plus snow.
As well as
But
general.
I guess as far as, like, gameplay goes, this is probably, like, the same visibility level that you would have outside on a full moon without the snow on the ground. Like, this is how clearly you can see things.
Nighttime lighting and moonlight. Shadows have received some attention. We've also improved performance around dawn and dusk, and significantly reduced the amount of VRAM consumed by the game. Many buildings in Redford and Saranac now have received some
This
attention.
does look really good. I'm sure the only reason the trees look weird is because they're moving the camera like really, really fast. But this looks really good. I gotta get a lens flare eventually.
Also improved performance around dawn and dusk, and significantly reduced the amount of VRAM consumed
Fog, I think it's just too intense. I think I can turn it on pretty easily.
by the game.
It's way too intense though. I struggle to run with fog on.
Many buildings in Redford and Saranac now have alarms attached where they didn't before, so be careful when picking locks, especially with
Lock picking alarms. Pop in no nanite. I mean, Project Zomboid already had this, and I haven't gotten far enough to really think about this, but yeah,
how
definitely need
alert the
alarms,
zombies
right?
are.
Would I have lock picking? I think I just want. I think my thought for buildings is that if the door is locked, you can just shoot the door lock. You don't pick locks. You shoot the door lock, and that's how you. That's your trade-off. You get in the building, but you just attract a bunch of zombies to your position.
Many buildings in Redford and Saranac now have alarms attached where they didn't before, so be careful when picking locks, especially with how alert the zombies are now. Cameras have been added to Vane. Currently they're in a couple buildings, but eventually will be buildable in your base. They can be hooked up to TVs to view. We've added Steam and Discord Rich Presence integration, which currently shows your general location in the game.
Just went straight through that mesh.
We've made save games even faster by making them asynchronous, meaning they'll save in the background and not interrupt games.
Asynchronous.
Even faster by making them asynchronous,
Asynchronous.
meaning they'll save in the background and not
3D
interrupt
Project
gameplay.
Zomboid. Yeah, it looks
We
like
actually rewrote
it. Like I said, I really like how the inventory looks. I think this looks really good. I like that you can search too. That's nice. I feel like the blur is too intense, and I don't know. I'm sure they've tested it a bunch, but I kind of like there to be a little less blur and almost more transparent.
most of the save game system with this update, meaning
And just make the items, the actual item, these probably have more intense blur and be darker. But at least you'd be able to see through this a bit more clearly.
system with this update, meaning save games from previous versions are incompatible with this update. However, as with most cases where we do this, it's
Tony Gunk. Tony Gunk.
better to do it now than in a year from now. We added tool ammo.
Well, what was this? Texture streaming? Seems familiar. It looks familiar to me, mostly because I think there's this is very Rust. This layout on this side is like just 1-to-1 with Rust. This, I know that Skyrim has a mod called Sky UI that I think they do this. It's very different though. But I think this looks familiar, and I think it looks good because it looks like that one.
The save game system with this update, meaning save games from previous versions are incompatible with this update. However, as with most cases where
What's all the markers? What are these? Those locations?
However, as with most cases where we do this, it's better to do it now than in a year from now.
Also, this car windshield like goes through 4 stages of loading. Or I guess like 2 stages of loading.
We added tool ammo. Tool ammo is what we're calling the ability to repair individual parts of a tool. We've wanted to add this for a while. The general idea is that higher level tools require some form of maintenance to continue being used. Saw blades need to be replaced and drill bits get dull over time. You can swap out broken tool parts for better ones that you find in the world. This needs balancing, so we've just made parts very durable, but we'll nerf them at some point. We added lifetime stats to the death screen. You can now see zombies you've killed, damage you've taken,
Unreal's
etc.
texture streaming
over your life when you die. The game also tracks these per player and for the entire existence of your character for achievement purposes down the road. It's per player and for the entire
1 day, 19 hours, 23 zombies.
Existence of your character for achievement purposes down the road. You can now smelt glass and repair broken windows using that glass.
Minecraft? Smelting glass.
Antibiotics now have an effect on you, as does cold medicine. Both will speed up recovery from general sickness, but as per canon, there is no cure to the zombie infection. Items have been placed around Saranac and Redford on store shelves. In addition, we've changed the behavior of higher level weapon spawning. Previously, they only spawned in designated containers, but now they can spawn in a lot more places.
That reflection is really
just
weird.
Exceptionally rare. They only spawn
There's like a glass stopper here.
in designated containers, but now they can spawn in a lot more places. They're just exceptionally rare. Finally, we've added crystal meth to the game, as well as cannabis
There's a lot
farming.
of models.
We've mentioned this on our news
You mean
site
the
before,
animations?
but the reasoning behind adding these to Vane isn't just for humor.
The first-person
It's because in the
animations are
future,
really
once NPC settlements and factions
incomplete.
are in, we expect drug trade to make up a significant proportion of the economy.
Economy?
So that about wraps up this update summary. There's a lot more to this update, but we have a limited amount of time to put into one video. Please try it out when you get the chance.
I feel like the bodies have no impact on the vehicle.
So that about wraps up this update summary. There's a lot more to this update, but we have a limited amount of
Did he dodge himself, or was that an impulse from
more to this update, but we have a limited amount
Yeah, it looks like there's no impact on the vehicle at all.
of time to put into one
to a
video.
collision with the bodies.
Please try it out when you get the chance. It should now be out on Steam. Also, if you haven't yet, please consider wishlisting the game as it helps with visibility on Steam.
And also, it looks like the collisions are like 100% elastic for some reason.
Limited amount of time to put into one video.
They should probably simulate damage by reducing the amount of elastic collision here in this case.
Try it out when
Yeah, the car shouldn't be flopping like that. I'm assuming they're never going to make this destructible, and they might have the vehicle take damage, but like cosmetic damage. They could really make it look better by cutting this probably like in a tenth. Whenever they impact a solid object like that, apply like a tenth of the impulse back to the vehicle.
you get the chance. It should now be out on Steam. Also, if you haven't yet,
So then you
please
slam
consider
things and
wishlisting the game as it
you
helps with
stop.
visibility on
You'll
Steam
still
and
bounce
grows
a
the
lot.
community at no cost to you.
But it won't
Links
look
are in
like
the
you're
description. Thanks
you're
for
a
watching,
rubber ball
and we'll see you in
bouncing
the
off
next one.
of an object. A wrong account. Damn it. I'm just gonna hit like, 'cause that's actually really cool. Also, here's a nickel, $500. Yeah, that's what I gotta do, right? I gotta publish a devlog and just some old rich guy is gonna just give me $500 in a comment. This is the second time I've seen this. Like for just a small like game thing, I say small. Can I go to the actual... game? I'm confused. Oh, there we go. $2,000 reviews. That's a lot of reviews. Did this just... Yeah, it did. Just went early access. His name is... What? Oh, you mean you? What? Wait, who? Squishy people, what is that? Truck surfing? These guys are trying to make a game, that's for sure. Very positive on Steam for that netcode. Dumbass. Why? I mean, networking is hard. Networking is always going to be hard. As soon as you're trying to network physics into the game, you've just like doubled your workload. Bill Sanchez. This is pretty cool though. 2,000 games. Truck surfing. Take your car skate mechanic. That's really cool. Okay. Back to work. Yeah. I guess if I'm gonna allow zombies to track you by... No, I can't just add everything. I can't just have everything. And you're just always gonna smell. Okay. Can I... work clean? I was gonna make the new button work. The new button should work now. Okay. New button. Editor container. On load. Alright, update title bar. That doesn't do anything. Ready. New button. And then I want this as well. I want all of these to do that. All right. New. So when I say new, maybe I should ask, do you want to save this resource? because it'll be very similar to onload. Oh, wait. I have a need to do very similar stuff here. That'll be simple. There need to be traditional zombies, a variant of them that can track you if you're injured. Like shark smelling blood. The only one that can smell is gonna be the smart zombie. And that's just like a final resort tool to locate you if they don't have any other way to locate you. So if you cross the map like totally silently, never shooting anything, never making any noise, never being seen, and you've left no traces, every now and then it's gonna, you know, smell the air and get a lead on like just your direction, I guess. Because I gotta do all of this. All of this. Resource has unsaved changes. If it's a sub-resource, it'll do all that. If it's not, it'll just save it. What other variants do you have? So it's gonna be the regular guys, the smart ones, and exploding ones. And the exploding ones will not have eyesight. Check on Killing Floor 3, it flopped. I don't know why. What they did wrong. And yeah, maybe. Isn't that game just purely like sandbox? Or like a zombies clone, but without Easter eggs. Like you are just shooting zombies and that's all you ever do. Yeah. I'm gonna assume it's because they didn't innovate anything. They probably just made a worse version of what already existed. I think I tried to play it once a really long time ago, and I remember I wasn't able to play it because, I don't know, maybe I was just too young and I couldn't figure out. They had weirder ones and never explained them like an open mystery. I mean, I'll figure it out. Like, I'm setting up a really... I'm definitely setting up a system that I can go crazy and do a lot of different stuff. but those are like the three big types, I guess. There's going to be individual variation between them. Failed to save resource. How can I break this out so I can use this for the new? Which are zombies that don't attack you and they're doing odd stuff. I guess so. I haven't thought about that. Yeah, I hadn't considered having zombies that are just like kind of passive. I'm not sure if I want that though. I want them to be enemies. Right, if they're passive, I was definitely thinking some of them are going to be way more relaxed, I guess. So like maybe they take a lot of, you got to like stand right in front of them for them to or stand very close to being in front of them for them to become aggressive. But I haven't thought of them, any of them just being totally unaware. I guess not unaware. Becoming aware but choosing not to attack. How can I split this out? Also, how do I instance a resource type? How do I instance a resource just from its type? How do I get the type? Because I'd have to get it from a string, like class. So get class. Oh, I can just, I would just use the resource that's already on there. It would just be resource, get class, returns a string. Does get script allow me to instance from it? Returns true if the script can be instantiated. Is that what I do? No, because I'm not getting a script. I need a resource. Resource. It's got to be on object, right? Weird imitating ones that have the purpose you never explain and leave it to the players. Attacking you isn't interesting. Intimidating. Intimidating ones? I don't know. Yeah, like how do I make a class? How do I create a new one of these? I can't use duplicate. Duplicate's a way to get one, but that gives me a full copy. I want to have a new one that is just not a copy. It goes back to the defaults. Oh, I need a way to set, like, add like that default reset button, don't I? I guess I could do that. Then I could just clone it. I probably need ref counted, right? Reset state. I gotta search. ClassDB.instantiate, says the AI. Creates an instance of class. Look at script really quick. Something like Attack on Titan where, sorry, with just giant naked humans to weird variant. Just to lay down. I don't know about that. Reload. So I would do class DB instantiate. Okay. So first of all, okay, I really gotta figure out how to pull all of this out to its own method. It looks like the two things that it really takes is this pop-up and the name of, or I guess three things. The name of this button, the text of the OK button, and which honestly that's fine, I can do that myself. I could do that for both if I really wanted to. But all of these, this one mostly, because this does a whole save thing for a sub-resource. It'd be like get save pop-up or something. Or like create save pop-up. Let me just try this. I guess it'd be like save, then I'm losing it. Save, then, but if I'm creating a new resource, I want to say, I want to put save, I want to put cancel, don't save, save. But for this one, I want to say cancel, save and load, load anyway. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna copy the whole method and then go through it and change what I need to change. And then figure out what's the same. So I get the resource script, the type name. If we're missing the type name, we can't do anything. And then the pop-up here is actually going to ask, do you want to leave this as a sub-resource or do you want to save it now? I want to do that, right? So yeah, my main pop-up is going to be I'll just call it Saber Sub. Saber Sub. I guess it'll be like an accept dialogue. I'll use a confirmation. The default is going to be to save it. Save as now. Or just save as. And then the cancel button. I guess save external or use sub-resource, right? Confirmed will be to open a editor, not quick open, the editor save. Save dialog, editor file dialog, there we go. It'll have this filter. I guess I should just do this. Filters equals that. I'll do all this. And then I do is it just save dialog pop-up? Yes, save pop-up. Oh, and then file selected. I guess this. I don't know. Try to save. I guess at this point I need to create the new resource. Do I have to create the new resource? I guess so, right? Instantiate type name. If not, I guess this is always going to happen after you're definitely going to create it. So somewhere in between here is where I do all the check. But this stuff doesn't really happen yet. So let me actually drop all this to the bottom. I'll probably keep the same style. This is like onload resource property. So it needs to get... It needs to type name again. So it should just take a type name. And I think that's all it needs. So I save it. New resource path. Change path. If it doesn't work, fail to save resource. Wait, how does it? Ugh. Oh, right, we have property name. Of course. That's how I know. So if this fails, I still want to set it. So I still want to set like, I want to do a callable. And then... Sorry. Also, this does not look very good. Do that. I want to set the property, and then I want to... update the item, right? Yeah, that's all I should have to do. Update the item, mark changed. Yeah, do that. Okay. So here I would do... Yeah, if we failed. Actually, let me say if we... Should I do fail up at the top? Yeah, let me flip this around. So set property isn't a real thing, right? Let me do like set new resource instead. And then confirmed it does that. Cancelled. Should just call set new resource. Yep. Okay. I was just thinking. I think at one point I had this on load, would automatically save it, but then I said it won't. It won't do that. Yeah, it wouldn't do that. kind of realized something. The rename, I don't think I like that the rename automatically saves it. I actually really don't like that. I'm going to take that off. I don't want the rename to instantly save. Yeah, I just say current item. On change. I just changed the name. And I still require you to hit save. Because otherwise I was just thinking, like, what if there's a situation where I'm like modifying a bunch of things, but I'm testing it and I don't want to save it yet? And then for some reason just in the middle I'm like, oh, I want to give this a name for sure. I do that, and then it instantly saves everything. I feel like I wouldn't want that, because I didn't tell it to do that. I just hit rename it and hit save, right? It's not like I'm renaming the file, I'm just naming... I'm setting a name on the resource. Oh man. I really want to get this new thing done before I was gonna say go to sleep. I just feel that tired, I guess. Before I stop. Okay, so on new. Pop up quick open. I'm not doing that. This would be... This would be on new resource. So I'll do actually, I guess I could call it pop-up. Pop-up will be on new resource property, bind type name. I'll just leave it called that for now. If there's no editor, we can do that. If the editor is saved and it's not a sub-resource, resource is a sub-resource, then we can open it right away. Confirmation. Resource has unsaved changes. Save and... I guess I actually will just call it save. Just call it save. And I guess this would be called discard button. If the resource is a sub-resource, the current resource is a sub-resource. Would you like to save it as a new resource first? Creating a new resource will discard. Actually, yeah. Will discard. Ooh, that's a better word. Will discard. Creating a new resource will discard the sub-resource and cannot be undone. confirmed, which will save it. Do all that. Yeah, only if it's successful, then I can do this. And honestly, I'm gonna flip this around. I think this is a bit silly, the way that I currently do it. In fact, this should probably just be an else. Current resource has unsaved changes. We'd like to save it. Getting a new resource will discard any changes. Creating a new resource will discard any changes made since the last save. Same thing here again. Just make that an else. Oh man. Alright. I actually gotta leave it here for now. I'm getting way too tired, so. Is it eating? Or is it just like, I don't even know. I feel like the other day I ate a little early. That was good for a while. Dude. You're not tired? I am. Like every few seconds I'm just like I just like close my eyes or like I blink a little too long and I feel like I could just fall asleep on the spot. Like it's that bad. I think I gotta work on this off stream is what I probably should do. Like later in the day when I get a little bit of my wakefulness back. You have a sleep schedule of a baby. Thing is, I feel like I sleep a lot. I think I need to like exercise too. You do. Today I was up and like really awake. Like 7 o'clock I was up. I was ready to go. What time is it? It is 4 o'clock. 10 minutes till 4 o'clock. Or 1600 in the good old 24-hour time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it there. I can work on this more. I don't think I really have much. Yeah, very little. Very little. I mean, it looks like a lot, but this has all just been copy-pasted. There's very little. I actually will send that. Okay, they were all in the same spot. Alright, be very careful how I type this. A literal homeschool 9 to 5 schedule. I mean, I only have 6.5 hours. That includes me eating lunch. Minus like 5 or 10 minutes for the start of the stream. It's not enough. 6 hours isn't enough. 6.5. Even if every single one of these minutes I've been fully focused on it, it's not been enough. I really gotta figure something out. Like I said, I probably just need to work on it off stream. Later in the day, when I am not feeling as tired. Or a little less tired. Because it really just hits me like really bad at this time of day. And I just lose my ability to think. Sending this, remove automatic save when naming a resource. I particularly don't want that. One month left of my vacation. My sleep schedule is so screwed. You do 4 hours and 4 later on. I mean, when I started, I was doing really well. Like straight up 10, 11 hour streams. And I was like the past like week or two, I've really been struggling to get past 6. Consistently. Like 6 good hours. Like I could stream for 6.5 hours, but that wouldn't really be like 6.5 good hours of work. My fault. Nope. Not even. I just don't sleep well. I definitely don't. And before I was up and out of my chair a lot more frequently. So I guess it's probably also me like not moving around enough. So I just have less energy overall. Alright. That'll be it for today. The stream for today. I'll probably, maybe, working on it a bit more. Yeah, try to get good sleep. Alright, goodbye. See you tomorrow. Yep, I will. Goodbye.